while watching my pre-show, why not also in another tab maybe go over and check out all the great videos there are here on my channel. As you can see, there's tons and tons of videos. There's my verse of the day and all that. And of course, we have them in playlists, which is a great place to go and look for different playlists that I've created for my own show and other stuff. And then, of course, there's my community tab where you have different things where you can see other channels that are promoting videos and stuff like that. And, of course, polls. And there's about my channel here. Sometimes it's got stuff on it that we need. Sometimes it don't. But make sure you do hit that subscribe button if you have not. And of course, if you're watching, please hit the like button. And also make sure you ring the bell for notifications. Thanks for watching. Bye for now. God bless.
Hello, hello. Okay, seems to be picking up my mic now. There's nobody in the Discord. Well, I haven't even went into the Discord room. I am now there for anybody that wants to be there. How are we all today? Hope we are doing good. Let's see. I went to new clip, not clip studio. Goal, viewers, and new subscriber. Okay, so there, of course, is that. Yeah, we are definitely late getting started today. Sorry about that, folks. But we woke up a bit later than normal. So everything was late getting started. So, okay, let's see. I need to get a picture of a guy running or walking or whatever on all fours. Let's see. Person on all fours from above. Okay, just maybe person on all fours. Okay, so I'm just trying to get I might have to grab a few pictures here. Ooh, this be hard, but okay, so copy. So here's a picture that would be neat to try and emulate. Okay, so let's see. I want to grab a couple other pictures here. Hey, Lorenzo, how are you? Good to see you. Just give me a second. I'm looking for some pictures of people on all fours. I know, a weird thing to look for. But I'm trying to draw a troll on this bridge here on all fours. So, I need some reference. Copy. Now, unfortunately, I can't find many pictures of people on all fours from above, what I would prefer. So just give me a minute to get a few pictures here. And then I will be back with you. I think I'm going to get one more. Maybe two. Copy. Okay. Okay, so yeah, I'm going to get one more. Copy, and I'll put that down. Okay, you may wish to be careful doing a search. Yes, that is true. That's why I have safe search on, Lorenzo. So, as you can see, I got a few pictures here. Since these are smaller ones, so put above. Okay, so we're gonna make this one a bit bigger because it is fairly small. We're just gonna scale it up a tiny bit. Unless we think we need it. Okay, so let's see where we are at. Okay, so this is our main concern in this panel today, getting this troll drawn in and colored and all that. Then we can get the background and all that done for this panel, and this panel will be done. Okay, am I even in the right panel here? No, I'm doing stuff for panel 3 and trying to hope it does some stuff for panel 1. But how are you today, Lorenzo? How did your show go last night? I caught a little bit of it, as you probably know, but I did not catch all of it. Okay, so I'm going to create one here, running troll. Okay, so first thing, you know what? We are going to make this troll big. But the thing is, then we will reduce it in size. Because I think the key to making this properly right now is to get the size, get the proportions correct. Okay, so we're gonna take that out of there. We're just gonna so everybody seems to have their butt in the air for this. Now the question is, do I want to emulate the long stride or the in close? Probably the long stride is better. So that might be one of these two guys. So Now it's hard to see these guys from up above, but we do notice the back. There's a bit of a, I guess, a dent or whatever, dip. But it arches downward. I'm not sure how that's going to be expressed. Okay, so I've accidentally made mine tilt to the side. So don't think tilting to the side is a good idea either. Okay, so there is that. And we know what that's looking like at the moment. Okay, so yeah, the head. Now, it doesn't look like they're looking up too much, so make the hair go wild a bit here. I think also we can just put the horns out like this, because obviously these guys aren't going to care about charging too much. And now okay, so we have the arm. Okay, we're gonna put the arm out like this. Yeah, are you able to hear me, yeah, Lorenzo? I hope so. And how was your time with your mom yesterday? If you're still here, Lorenzo. The thing is, I gotta remember, this is a troll too. Nothing has to look perfect on a troll, right? For human proportions. Because, it's a troll. So that's so bad. Okay, so now we need to figure out the legs. Okay, so on this guy in here, he has one leg completely horizontal in this thing, and one stuck out a little bit. So if we do it like that, on this guy, it would look probably something like. On this guy, it would just look like this leg is shooting out. Then we'll just do the bottom of the foot. There we go. So now we just need to put the other foot in there. Okay, so there. Bring this up just slightly. Get rid of that. Okay, so there is our supersized troll from above. Although we're going to sink our supersized troll. Uh, okay, so let's see. Let's merge these two layers together. Let's scale and rotate. Let's rotate just a little. Okay, we'll go just a touch bigger. Okay, there we go. I think that is good. Let's grab folder, put it under. Do three of them. So main. This is for our colors for this troll, and let's see what do we got besides main. Shades and lighting. Okay, so we're gonna keep these out for a second while we do some main coloring on him. Okay, so we got one thing there. We'll grab her colors. And we want to make sure we get right now, because we're going to do his colors tight as possible and correct them right away, because, well, that's what we want, because we don't want to need to come back to him later on at this point, because he is. We just want this done, because we want to be off this panel before the 2 hours, our 2 hours is up. And we're already half an hour in, although we did start 5 to 10 minutes late. And we're gonna hopefully have, um, take a little bit of line there. There we go. Okay, so the green looks pretty good on him. Um, Now let's see. Next layer is his whatchamacallit, his loincloth. Okay, let's go back to the green for a sec here. I noticed a little spot that didn't get the green I needed right there. Okay, so now we will do another layer. Now I have to look to... This is the guy that's going to get hit. So this is his hair color right here. You know, we want to try and stay consistent for everything as much as possible. Okay, so there's the hair. One last level here, and that is horns. So I think we're going to get the shading done on this panel done and moved on to others. I think we don't really need much more to do on this. Let's add in. We got our troll drawn, and he looks pretty good on there, I'd say. Can't really see his running lines, so I might make those a bit darker, brighter, whatever you want to say. And we're going to get rid of all these pictures that we don't need. Now that we have our troll drawn. There we go. I was thinking we needed a tree in here. We don't. Okay, so we do need some stuff on the bridge or on the ground for make it look uneven. We do need to bring up that to make it look better. Okay, so let's see. First, we need some uneven ground stuff on the dirt. So that should be easy. I think that's right there, uneven ground. So we just put some of that. Okay, so let's grab our colors, our beach color. That's our beach color. Create from selection. Another thing here. And we want spray. Not sure. No, not just. Okay, so there we go. There, that looks a little better. Now, we do know the sun is coming from this side, this corner, if you will. So now, I just want to make the water look like it's going a bit. And then we'll start working on people and a lot of other minor stuff. You know, at one point I had all this stuff separated. I wish there was a way that you could. There probably is. I just don't know what it is. I don't. For water surface. Okay, I'm got it on white, and yet it wants to do gray. That looks. There, that looks a little decent. Not what I was looking for, but water droplets. Definitely not what we want. Try to uh, water surface brush. There. That is making the water definitely look good, I would say. Okay, let's add another layer. see what happens if we, not quite what I'm looking for. And there we go. Let's see what the bank looks like when we. There we go. That looks good. I like that. Okay, so we also want to grab the water again. Okay, so now is really shading time. That stuff was just to get the texture. So let's do shadow. Let's make our brush a bit bigger, a bit darker. Really dark here. And it comes out a little because of stuff, the sun and shadow and all that. Okay, so let's see. There's water. And again, we need to make it a bit darker, come up to the shades at a shade level. Down here, we don't need to get rid of that blue on the surface there. Back up here. There we go. Okay, so don't know what shades are going to be on here except for shadows from the creatures themselves, which I will create momentarily. So I think we just got the bridge. Okay, so let's get rid of that stuff. Now, again, we need to grab the bridge color. There we go. And these things are definitely going to be darker because of where they are. You can't see them, and we're going to create a little bit of a shadow area here along the edge of the bridge, or darker area. And we will go a bit lighter. I don't, just to create a couple light areas. Not that we need them on the bridge, just to give some. Just sort of randomly where the bridge might be getting hit. Okay, so there we have that. Okay, so that's all those main colors. We're gonna have one come up here. We're gonna get down into the grays. We're on shadow, but we want to make sure it's a smaller thing because oh, it's gonna be above these. This is gonna be above these colors. Oh, also, we need to shadows. And I'm gonna make this slightly bigger because this is what's really giving this some form. There we go. There, like that. now that we've done that, it's time to throw some shade on our guys, dude. Time to throw some shade. I know, that's bad. No. Stay up, Lord. Let's get things going. Okay, so. Oh, maybe the fact that I'm not got a little darker. Okay, something seems to be wrong because. Okay, that's doing that thing there. There we go. That's better. Okay, so you know what? We will do our lighting right away too on this stuff. We'll hit just a touch. No, we need soft, not coat. There we go. There we go. Let's add a shade layer. Bring this down. And there we go. There we go. There we go. Okay, so normally I don't use these little things, but I think they're good for like creating a little bit of stuff on things like this. Because this is uneven. Okay, so there we go. Okay, and again, lighting. We'll catch a little bit of light on, I think, this side of it. There we go. I still need to put the purple in there too from it. Okay, so next up is the hair. But I don't think the hair is a bit too dark and I need to. You know what? I don't need it on that thing anymore. Let's get this straight out. Nope. Okay. Maybe I accidentally grabbed a different color. There we go. And now we need to add shades to it. There we go. We gotta come down darker. There we go. Let's see. Do we have any other pages open? because I want to put that purple of the eyes in. Let's open the last page for the troll. Although there's still more stuff to be done on this page too. Grab the purple of the eyes. Okay, so we don't want that under shades. We want this under colors. Add a layer. Okay, let's check on. Okay, so there is that ogre done. To me, this panel looks like it's really, really popping. I don't know about views, but I like it a lot. Okay, so it's time to do Bridget. Okay, so there we go. Let's darken the color. Okay, so we might as well just do the lighting since we're here as well. And we'll catch a bit of this hand. Okay, so that looks good. And of course, lighting. And we gotta make sure we didn't switch for the highlights, but for her skin. But let's make sure we do for this. Let's make this a small brush too. Uh, her hair. So let's grab her hair color, darken it, put some shade on it. And then lighting. Okay, so now let's add another layer. And let's go to soft. I think we've forgotten how to. Okay, there we go. That looks pretty good. Running troll. Okay. Obvious. Let's grab that. Bring it down. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna do the lighting after because I seem to forget to switch between a little bit, so it's gonna only take a few extra seconds, right? Or hopefully. Okay, I'm gonna come up just a tiny bit there. Wait, what? That's well. As soon as I get done this, I need to do. Let's see. I just want. There we go. There we go. Okay. Hey, Hawatha. I don't think Lorenzo's here. That stuff was done over an hour ago, or about an hour ago. But how are you, Hiawatha? How do you pronounce that? Hiawatha? Drawing two. Right now I'm coloring. Coloring panel one of page 4. Just getting some lights on this troll here. Well, I just got some shades and now I'm gonna get some lights on. Oh, I guess that's maybe in reference to how you're doing. What are you drawing up? Control Z. There we go. So the running troll is good. Let's see. Let's add another layer here. Like I said, can't really see the lines that I put for him for running. So I'm gonna try it again. You know what? Maybe it does intersect with, but let's see what happens when we do this. Use his skin color as the running lines because they don't blend in as easy with Okay, so now let's see. We want to grab the green, make it darker. Now we're just gonna do all these trolls, get them all done. And actually, you know what? This guy's in the shadow of the bridge, so there's gonna be a lot. There's gonna be little to no light hitting him. Again, same thing. There we go. The loincloth. Okay, again, that's gonna be a thing. I will do a little bit towards that side. There. Definitely completely in the dark. Like this. A little smaller. There we go. There we go. There's his. Seeing his from the back, so. Yeah, his from the back. Bit from the side there. Okay, we'll keep that the way it is. Seeing his from the front. So it'll be completely blocked by the sun. Uh, Everybody has different color hair, so. Uh, okay, so. Sorry about that, folks. Darken that a bit. This is. There we go. There we go. And let's switch over to the soft. We'll bring that up. He's not going to get any light, so we'll keep his the same. There we go. There's enough for him. Okay, so. Oh, that's. Oh, well. Our shading and lighting for the hair is on the same layer. I forgot to create a new layer. Skin. But at least I got it on the changed it to soft. Okay, so let's see. Put a little bit just right there and a little bit there, here. Put a little bit on the boot, a little bit on his foot, and a little bit on his face. Catch a little bit of his shoulder and hand there, I guess. Catch a little bit of his hand, maybe. A little bit of his arm. Like I said, that guy's not catching none. There, we'll catch a little bit on his shoulder. Loincloths aren't getting any. Neither's the horns, so. There is panel 1 done. Yay! Okay, now lock that. Uh, okay, so let's see. We need to put a tree in here. Okay, so there we go. There's our tree. That didn't take much to get in. Um, okay, so we're gonna grab that. We're gonna shade it up a little bit. And I'm not sure what's better. I don't think I've ever done this with. Eh, okay, I think we can get rid of it. Yeah, we can get rid of 8 too, I think. Okay, so let's put this on black. Let's come to here. Okay, so now we need to throw some uneven ground in there. Actually, it doesn't matter for these two. I just want to grab that, create selection. Okay. Hey, aggressive relaxing dude is asleep. No, I'm not asleep. I just breathe real heavy, so it sounds like I'm snoring. Okay, so let's see. Oh, that's what's up. What are you working on? I am working on a, well, I'm working on a bunch of stuff because I'm doing an 8-hour stream. Um, but right now I am specifically working on page 4, panel 2, coloring it up, getting all the shades and textures in there. It's in a book on Indiegogo right now called Trolls Exposed. The story is basically, for mine, is an ogre versus trolls, but the book is about trolls throughout different times. It's a collection of stories by 3 authors, or an anthology, maybe, if you like. Uh, so I am, like I said, I'm working on the colorings and textures. I'll make sure I'm on the white. There we go. Right now I'm working on just trying to get the water looking half decent here in panel 2. But how are you today? Aggressively relaxing? Water surface. Wrong brush. I'm just unfortunately very quiet too when I work. My breathing's heavy, but I'm quiet unless uh, unless I'm thinking out loud or whatever. I don't usually talk a lot unless I'm talking to somebody. Okay, so let's. Okay, so sand. Okay, so there's no real, I think, spot here. I'll do another thing from 8. I'll bring it down a little. There we go. So up next is beach. I'm not sure whether to be how much shading needs to be done on there. Let's see along here. Grab the ground, shadow. Again, I'm not sure how much. I just put a little bit in with this uneven ground here and there. Okay, so we'll grab this, create, add another layer. Um, so the sun is coming from this direction. That's why you're not really seeing any shading. But I think because this is sideways, you're going to see some, if not complete, in shade here. So we will make that darker there. And with that done, we're gonna add another layer. We'll just say shadows. Let's come here. We'll get us fairly dark and we'll up our shadow brush. And of course, we have shadow of the troll being hit on there. So that is good in of itself. Okay, so now we're gonna start working on the ogre himself for some shades. Darken that a bit. And like I said, we're just gonna do all the shades right away because we seem to forget when we try and switch back and forth. That sort of thing. So let's give a little bit of shade there. There we go. And we got to make his toenails there still. But color, do some other coloring for like his teeth and that. Let's see. Skin. Belt. Darken that a bit and then add layer. And then just shade that completely because that's what it's going to be. It's going to be completely shaded. Uh, Loin cloth. I will darken it a bit or a lot. Create a layer for it. There we go. What's this? Hair. Oh, club. Um, I'll do some. Okay, so there, that's good. We'll just shade there. Eyes. Make darker and then there. Hair. There we go. Okay, so let's see. Let's add a layer. Call it pupils, although I'm not sure whether I'd really call these pupils. Pupils. Okay. Go to page 8 to get his teeth color. Add a layer. Call it teeth. Well, let's see, this will be inside of mouse. And let's see. Tongue. Which will get that color from page 8 as well. There we go. Okay, so I just want to get this panel. Well, I want to get the ogre done in this panel, anyways, before I move on to coloring something else. There we go. There we go. Club. There we go. Uh, there we go. There we go. What do more with? Still need to color the troll for this panel. And then, well, we done the background, but there's still something more I think I can do with the background, but maybe I'll just put some spots of lighting in. Okay, so I need to go on a short break to make something to drink.
Hey, Kickstarter, wondering who's... Okay, I'm here with the second Canadian snack video. And today, I was at the store and I seen these. Doritos Blue Grilled Snack. They are limited time. I'm not grilled snack. Blue Grilled Steak. I'm not sure whether I said it right the first time, but I'm saying it right now. Like I said, they're limited edition, so I figured I'd grab them, do a video on them, and but they were expensive. But then again, these bags always are, brand name Doritos. We got cheaper stuff, bigger bags that are cheaper, but they're not, brand name like Doritos or Lay's. But you can get a lot of the same flavors that you can get in Doritos or regular Lay's chips. So here we go. Like I said, opening it up. Smells good. Here, have a whiff. I know you can't. Okay. And as you can see, they are blue. I don't know why they need to make grilled steak blue. Just because of dinosaur and Jurassic World. Because that's what they're promoting on it, as you can see. The new Jurassic World movie. These are awesome. I think they taste quite a bit like grilled steak. Mom! Come here! Get my mom to taste one, see what she thinks. Come here. Let's see what you think of these. What? You just put your hand in these.
What are they?
Blue grilled steak.
Okay. Not bad.
You think they taste like grilled steak?
A little.
So there you have the second opinion. No, you can't see her. It'll be hard to get her on camera. One day, though, hopefully. For the Canadian snacks. So, grilled steak. If you're here in Canada in the next little while, try and grab them.
Thank you for tuning into another Inktober video. Today is day 22. The prompt word is ghost. Ooh, ooh. Okay, that ghost prompt word got me to want to do my character Ghost Spirit. He is a villain. He's part of a team called the Four. They're basically evil Fantastic Four in the fact that, you know, a family, parents, and a kid, and not that that's what the thing is, but, you know, Fantastic Four is a bit of a family, and in this case, Ghost Spirit's a friend of family, part of the team, and he's a lot of the reason they have their powers. So, I guess that's about all I'm going to say, because this video is going to end quick. So remember to hit the like button, share this out, subscribe if you have to, hit the notification button, and comment. And thank you for tuning in.
Hey all, you should be checking out the Cross Comics website. And here it is. We're starting off with the main thing itself, the top of the page, and we'll go down checking out what's there. Links to Cross Comics Heroes. And of course, we're going to go through the character list. We have Cross Comics Angels that'll appear in the first year and a half in Cross Comics. Keeper and Messenger are demons that appear, Dust Angel and Warard. And then, of course, we have all the Cross Comics heroes that appear in the first year, what's supposed to be the first year and a half worth of things. And there you see it if you look quick. And, of course, supporting cast. You know, our Jimmy Olsens, or Lois Lanes, or Alfreds, stuff like that. Unfortunately, not all of their profiles are up properly yet with pics. That will be coming soon, hopefully. We're trying to slowly update the website all the time, but, you know, one person. It's hard to do that. And, of course, we got the villains. You can't have comics without villains. Right? We need some villains. And then, of course, for everybody that wants to draw up a Cross Comics character, we will, and you send it in, we will, of course, put you up on this page here, the Cross Comics fan art. This is a lot of it. Actually, I got to update this and put a couple up, I believe. But, you know, besides that, let's get on with the show. And we also got something we call Cross Comics Kids. It was created by John Dillard. A little bit of comic strips, like 2 or 3 panels with a scripture, with cutified versions of our characters. And, of course, our mission statement and vision statement, what we're all about. Who the team has been in the past and all that. And, of course, the store, the lovely store, where you can get Cross Comics trading cards. Of course, you can link over to our Teespring store, where you can get such t-shirts and bags and stickers and a whole bunch of other stuff. Go check it out. Go check it out. And then, of course, we also have our Redbubble, where, again, you can get t-shirts and other different products, stickers and curtains, shower curtains and bath mats and all that. And, of course, the great thing to buy here on this site is our comic book, Cross Canadian Shield #1. Anyways, thanks for checking this.
Hey, Kickstarter! How you doing? Rick Piper here. It didn't work. Take 50 billion.
I am back. So we are on with the show. This is it. No more rehearsing. We know our parts by heart. Let's see what's up on Twitter. Okay, let's see. We're gonna switch over to Snowdrift now. We'll save this. We'll come back in a couple hours for this and get panel 2 done and maybe panel 3 and 4 because it's fairly simple what we got to do now for each of the panels. Okay, so there is panel. I think we need to do some lighting in that page, Snowdrift page 1, panel 1. Okay, so let's share this out again. Okay, so there we go. We got one watching. I'm not sure who that is, but thanks for watching. Okay, so yesterday we got everything finally colored in this panel. So now it's figuring out where we want the light coming from. In this panel. Obviously it's coming from the ceiling. I would say, but where, like, is there a light above them? Is it over in between chairs or in between tables? Thus, hitting her back, the light would hit her back. Yeah, so I'm gonna say the light's in between tables. So for this one, it's, if you will, almost right above in between these two tables. So we're gonna see a lot of different stuff. Okay, so this is going to be a pain to... Okay, so let's focus on Nancy. Okay, so I'm going to add 3 folders here. 2, 3. One is for the main colors, which I've already done. So I'm going to put them in that. And then 2 is for the shading, which, hey, that's what I do. I do a folder for each of the, and then 1 for the lighting. So we'll get hers, put them in there. Okay, so now we're gonna grab her shirt here. And like before, we're gonna go through shade, do the shades, and then the lighting because I too often forget to switch when I go to do the lighting. So make some it's a bit darker. Okay, so need a layer here. I'll make our brush slightly bigger. Definitely underneath here. Gonna get some shade. Maybe just up in the cleavage area. You know what? No, I'm not gonna put any more. I think just doing down here because of the lighting. Some under breast shading would be good. Um, Fork, no. Let's see. Skin. Let's see. So we'll get some darker skin here. The under part of her hand here is definitely in shadow. Probably right along here for sure. Under her, on her neck. Down her face here because it's away from the light. The necklace and earrings. To zoom in a bit to get that color and make it slightly darker. Add a layer. There we go. Hair. Again, and we'll make it a bit darker, and then there we go. And eyes, whites, and teeth. from the skin. So we'll take there. There we go. If I remember right, her color is gray, so I'm not getting the right gray that I've had before here. Just because I'm being too lazy to go get it. Okay, so there we go. There's the shading done. Shirt, grab, lightning. It's wrong. There we go. Maybe some on her chest. Skin. We'll deal with her fork completely differently. Oh, for wanting it to look metallic. Just a little bit on her fingers there. Okay, so this way too. Okay. There we go. There we go. There we go. And necklace and earring. Okay, so let's see. There we go. That's done. Okay, so Nancy is complete now. Okay, so blue coat guy, let's. Main shading. Okay, so skin, let's see. We're already on the soft, so we might as well continue with it. Lighting. There. watch band watch glass. Sure. Okay, so I don't think we're gonna get anything else there. Let's go skin again. And of course, now we are doing our shading. So let's grab the color again. Go into shading. Switch to shadow, brush, and darken things. So we're going to darken in behind here. Don't want to darken too much of his face. We'll darken just around now. There. I'm going to darken in his ear. There we go. Again, we'll go to hair. Darken it. There. You know what? I will do some extra, make his shirt a little extra dark on the sleeve here, because it is a little further away or being blocked by the light entirely. Oh, that's a bit bigger. Even here, right here, should be. There we go. It's hard to tell the difference. You know what? I might give just a rim. I go back to the lighting, the main color here. We'll come back up here. Oh, you know what? Just up here we will do just a minor glint of light. So there's blue coat guy done. Now it's brown coat guy done. And again, we will make the main color folder, the shading folder, and the lighting folder. And, you know, this guy's should be easy. He's got two colors, right? So we got his jacket here, right? Let's see. We've started on the shading create. Let's add a panel for it. And we'll say shirt for there. And skin. Okay, so we'll make that a little darker. We're just gonna see this darkness. Oh, it's on soft for some reason. Oh, probably for the thing. That little bit of light. Anyways, back here we'll darken it under the table. So then we got his skin. Again, let's grab the skin color, darken it just slightly, or whatever, however you want to say it. Might make this a bit smaller just because. And then just gonna do underneath here and a little bit there, because I think that's where the light would be shaded. I probably should have shaded a little bit more of his cuff of his shirt. And you know what? We can. Let's see. Create. And grab this brown and come up here, and we will go to the shadow. There we go. Hey, Chad, how are you? Sorry I didn't see you right away. Okay, so now we're going to go to the soft. Get ourselves a little bit softer brown. For the lighting, let's add a... As you can see, most likely, Chad, here I am doing the shading and lighting on this bottom panel of Snowdrift. How are you today, Chad? Do things go well for you today? There we go. And Brown Coat Guy is now done. Some of these guys are just like easy. I'm doing fine now. I got to help my mom move some stuff out. Oh, that's good. And do make sure to hit that like button and share out too. Okay, so um now I could color the table, but I think I'm going to skip doing that because just because I want to. So since you weren't here, we have the light coming somewhere from in between this table and this table up over this way. Probably a chandelier or something. With lighting on it. So I don't know where if there's any other lighting coming from, but that's where I decided a light source is coming from for this. And of course, we are making our 3 folders again. Is the Canadian Shield symbol in the sky? No. This is for Snowdrift. This is actually before she becomes Snowdrift, so this is what's gonna lead up until her becoming Snowdrift. Although we will do some Canadian Shield later, actually maybe in about 12 minutes or so. 12 to 20 minutes. We worked a little bit on the trolls. We got panel 1 completely done. And panel 2, like I'd say 90% of the way done. But I am doing good. I'm doing good. Things. Panel 4, I think, should actually be complete today. So that'll be 2 pages complete this week. Hopefully. Okay, so there we go. Okay, so let's see which one are we on. We are on the soft. So we're going to do our lighting first. Oh yeah, I was saying I have to redo a little bit to this table. That's why I don't really want to do the table coloring yet. Okay, so let's see. Coat. add that to the lighting. Grab the coat, bring up the light, the gray. Make this a bit smaller. There we go. Hair. Okay, so let's redo the shirt. Let's see. And that's the best that's gonna do. Tie. There we go. Okay, skin again. But now we're dealing with the shades. Time to throw some shade, man. But you know, what's wrong with throwing some shade? Shade gets people cool. You know, we say that like it's a bad thing. You know, like if you're getting too hot out in the sun, you step in the shade, right? But my shade also is dark, so I guess it all depends on where you what you want it to mean, I guess. There we go. Shirt time. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Time to. There we go. And just a tie clip. Let's see. Jackie Chan Stunt Master is now available to play on the PSP emulator. Cool, 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 cool. Jeez, look there. There's a spot I missed for color. And I think this is supposed to extend all the way down. This light, this window. Which mean over here, it's supposed to extend down too. There's all little minor things that I gotta figure out. Okay, so I'm gonna unlock everything that still needs to be shaded in this panel. Shaded and light it. So that's not too bad. Um, we got the 4 people around the table done, so that's good. Question is, should we do the other 2 people? Well, actually, there's 3 people. There's the waiter, too. But you know what? What we really got to do is we got to set a layer here. We got to figure out this damn table. Okay, so I'm going to lighten this stuff. We're going to go. Now, if I look at the colors here, this appears to be where. Hey, Eagle. How are you? Okay. So my black lines, I just did out the table. This guy's plate is half off the table. So I'm going to have to end up redoing the colors on this, but I'm going to be moving some things on the table. Actually, I could probably move. Come out a bit. Rick, you're bored. Why are you bored? Okay, so things are gonna get jinky here. So my colors are gonna get all thrown off because of this. I don't even know whose glass this is. Okay. Hello, Chad. It says, Chad says hello, Eagle. Eagle says hello, Chad. Okay, so now we gotta. Apply transformation. Okay, so with that, Okay, he's got a drink. He's got a drink. So it's neither of theirs. It looks like it's on that side of the table. That looks like one big, hell of a big drink, too. I think we're going to take this drink. And we're going to say it belongs to Nancy. And we're going to do two things with this drink. Which we're going to move it. And we're going to shrink it. So we're going to scale it down a bit. And we're going to have it a little closer to Nancy. Okay, so now I really need to do some figuring out. Okay, so we're going to take our eraser, erase candlestick inside the candlestick. Inside the candle. There we go. Hey, Mike, how are you? Thanks for stopping by. Oh, that's good. It's always good to make the rounds. Saw Chad over on in your chat last night. Oh, did you enjoy Mike's channel, Chad? Looked like you did. Oh, that's good. Uh, Tonight is our weekly look back at comic history, and we start with our coverage of 1939. Yeah, So that means he's going to be reading some comic books from 1939. Crazy stuff, if you ask me. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Well, some of the stuff from back then is a little crazy, that's for sure. And tonight he'll also have a co-host on. Batgoat that you seen in the chat last night. Or might have seen in the chat last night. Pretty sure I seen him in there. Okay, so we got some of this straightened out here. Got the table straightened out, which means we're gonna specifically I will be focusing on comics that went on sale from DC in January 1939. Cool, cool, cool. And that will be from the first. Hopefully, you're hoping it's from the first week of January, right? 1939, because you each week you do a week. Not even sure whether that cup is in the right place. Okay, so we'll save that. We're supposed to be going on to Canadian Shield too. Okay, so I'm gonna put some stuff in here where it belongs for this. And then some stuff. There we go. I am good, Eagle. Yourself? Slowly getting some stuff done. Seeing some progress. Well, let's see. This page is almost done except for panel 1 and panel 5. I got these guys inked in shadow. This is Canadian Shield. I think I got this table straightened away for things. I gotta recolor everything, but you know, hey. Oh, yeah, but sure, I'll have to figure out a few more things for coloring in here. I gotta color his jacket and stuff again, part of it. Shade it properly, reshade it. So page 1 is sort of done. I'm not sure what I'm doing here. Canadian Shield 2 is coming along. So who is Snowdrift going to assassinate through the window? Seeing as Snowdrift is not yet been done, and the person that will become Snowdrift is sitting right there, it'd be hard for her to assassinate somebody through a window. Well, I guess maybe on the outside of the window. Guess she could throw the fork. But getting things tightened on here for colors of the people. I got all these panels are tightened for the colors. He's almost tightened. Page 4 here. Depends on how her powers work. She could summon from ice from the outside, but she doesn't have ice powers yet in that panel. Got panel 1 done here. Almost got panel 2 done here. Probably have panel 3 and 4 done later when we get on this again. I might get close to panel 5 done today, if not done. But somehow I think Monday's going to pick up panel 5. Because we're going to put some trees in. Got to redo his hand. and redo this troll that is supposed to be going splash in the water. So he can be splash splash. He was taking a bath once upon a Monday afternoon. When I do him. And some other minor stuff done too. And there's the fact that this is day 5 of this stuff of my 8-hour streams, and I've gotten through it somewhat okay. Yes, there have been times that I've been bored as I don't know what. Oh, did I change? I didn't change that, did I? Yeah, day 5, I did. You blame the chat for what? Me being bored? So do I. Did Rick just say he was waterboarded? No. Hey, Lorenzo. Welcome back. Welcome back. You weren't here when I asked you, but how'd things go with your mom yesterday? And I know I was saying something else to you back then, but you had left and now I forget. Rick doesn't like to talk about the Trump that was maple syrup waterboard. I had a pretty good conversation from what I recall, but she was only over here for a little while. Oh, that's all right. I just remember you saying that your mom was coming over or whatever. Reporting. Well, actually, I'm probably going to be doing a maple syrup snack video in the next probably month or two. Actually, I'm going to be doing it because I was at the Sugar Bush recently. It's a singles group, and found out there's like 4 different grades of syrup. And I want to get them all and try them at the same time. Yep, surfboarding is a tradition in Canada, like a bar mitzvah. Did you just attend it? Say you attended a meeting for singles who like. No, a group of singles went to the maple syrup bush just as a thing to do. No, he did not. Uh, it's a native tradition of manhood that the Canadian Shield tribe performed. I don't think that's any native tradition of manhood. Where did the phrase immersion in the syrup of baptism come from? I don't know. The bask in the syrup of great maple trees. Actually, sugar maples, not just maple trees. Rick has researched this. No, I haven't. Because it's not a sacred tradition. Can't research a sacred tradition that's not a sacred tradition. I have enough native friends that I know whether something like that would be a tradition. I had a blast hosting my show. Oh yeah, that's the other thing I asked you. How'd your show last night go? You know, I stopped in for a couple minutes, as you saw, but by the time I was done the show that I was on, create a tradition for Canadian Shield lore. You were done, so have some random guy come up to the shield and have him start spouting nonsense about ancient nature. Well, that could definitely get in there. I'm trying to keep this show down to 2 hours. That's good. That's good. No, no, no. That would be Popeye the Canadian Sailor Man. Or something the Canadian Sailor Man. He's strong to the finish because he doesn't eat a spinach. What what time does your show start, Lorenzo? His show starts 8 o'clock Wednesday night. I mean Thursday nights. We gotta get his teeth and gum colors from another page. Okay, so let's see. Canadian sailor part of the lore? Not. The Canadian sailor is an enemy of the shield. He carries around an anchor and is searching for the white moose that sunk his ship and ate his leg. We just strip off Moby Dick. No, incorporate Moby Dick with Popeye the Sailor Man, and you get whatever the Sailor Man. Popeye is America's One Punch Man. Yeah, who was invented way before One Punch Man. So wouldn't then One Punch Man be Japan's Popeye? Probably right. Although they don't really act that much alike. Bye, Rick. Where you going? Nah. Okay, later, Eagle. So there we go. Toxico done in that panel. Oh, the Canadian sailor is the future, Rick. Canadian sailor? You can't even. We can't even give him a name. This guy a name. He's ba 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 ba. The Canadian sailor man. He's drunk to the finish because he drinks his syrup. No, he's drunk to the finish because he drinks his maple syrup. Doot 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 doot. He's drunk to the finish because he eats his spinach. He's drunk to the finish because he drinks your maple syrup. So, besides listening to me, what does everybody got going on today? You know what? Let's see. I doubt that I can do it, but. Instead of making this take 5 hours, the Canadian sailor's origin is a mystery. There we go. That was suddenly faster. Oh, we struggled to the finish because we are spinach. We'll come back to panel 4 and put more stuff in it later. Background colors. For now, we're on to panel 5. And working on Toxico. We'll get to the guards after. Toxico's a little more difficult. Hey, Rain, how are you? Been a while. It's been a while, so you can smile. I'm working on a few different things during my streams lately. I'm trying to do 8-hour streams. So I'm working on coloring the Canadian Shield, coloring Snowdrift, and working on my troll story. No, not 80-hour weeks, just more like 40-hour weeks. And I thought Eagle said he was leaving. And my troll story for a book, I need to get them all done. Well, I need to get this story, the troll story, done, which is 8 pages, by about the 22nd of May. And by the end of the month, I want the other stuff done. No, I work 80 hours. Oh. And I want to get Canadian Shield and Snowdrift, if possible, also caught up to all their coloring caught up to wherever. So right now, specifically, I was working on Canadian Shield, page 213. No, you don't have to leave. I just said I thought you said you were. Most people would say bye to Rain, but I'll say hello. Because most people say we don't need no stinking rain. But I say we do need it sometimes. So I welcome rain when it comes. 40 hours a week is too easy, Rick. You should get another job so you can do two jobs and more money. Oh, you mean so I'd actually have money? Then you can buy more Dillard commissions. Oh, speaking of Dillard commissions, for those that have yet to see it, um, um, pencils of page 1 of Snowdrift number 2. Which I will be inking, which you sort of saw there, part of. Well, this is where we're probably going to be keeping it for now. Because I haven't even paid him for this, and I'm not sure whether I have to or what. I'm not sure what's going on, but I probably will. Um, issue 2 of Snowdrift is planned for Dillards to do pencils and me inks. Right now, I'm planning on doing everything for Canadian Shield number 3, and I've got a guy that I'm planning on for pencils and inks for the Flame number 1. But that's beyond the next campaign. That's my campaign afterwards. So yeah, things are progressing. I'm thinking about the next campaign beyond this one. Yeah, I know that. I'm not sure whether that's smart or not. I haven't even got this next campaign done, but once I actually finish all the inking on that page that Dillard sent me for it, I will present it to everybody. Didn't mean to show what I showed, but it's hard to tell what I did at the moment. I'm trying to work on that off air, but the last couple nights I haven't got much done on it, but that's because I was on streams the last couple nights. Over the weekend, I plan to get a bunch done on it. Probably finish off panel 1 and maybe panel 2. So what have you been up to, Rain? Anybody raining on your parade? Working and sleeping. I guess that's good. Not getting into any trouble. And sometimes Twitter watching live streams. Yeah, so for the whole month of May, Monday through Friday, I'm planning on doing 8-hour streams. All except for, or approximately 8-hour streams. All except for 3 days. And that's Tuesday the 10th. And then I'm planning to go to see Doctor Strange for that, so I'll be starting a bit late. And then the Friday of that week, the Friday the 13th. And that's because I got to go to a funeral that day. Or I am going to a funeral. I guess I don't have to. So those 2 days I'll probably be starting late. And then the 20th, because I'm going to a games night, and that day I'll be ending early. Games night, where you play board games, card games, maybe some video games. People could play poker, but they don't usually. No, no spin the bottle. No truth or dare. Well, I guess you could play truth or dare, but there wouldn't be any risque stuff involved. I've never heard of Catch and Kiss. Of course, you've never heard of. Anybody else watching ever heard of Catch and Kiss? Hey, I've heard of Truth or Dare and Spin the Bottle. 2 out of 3 isn't bad, right? Legs. It's your leggings. Hey, Jeff, how are you? Okay, work on one leg at a time. There, that is done. That one. I think. Okay. Uh, okay, that's good. I need to do a few things still on him, like his gun and his uh, and the whole casing there, and his claws. So I guess we'll go back to trolls. We got a light and all that. See that troll. Check on Twitter. Check our email. Okay, so what else do we want to do here quickly? Check Facebook. Say YouTube. Check out who's on. Okay, so I don't think there's anything else at the moment to check out. Uh, hey, Jonah Arts, how are you? I saw that. What was your question exactly in Discord? Um, yeah. Oh, would you talk about the company you want to make? Okay, so yeah, that's exactly the company that I want to make. Well, obviously, well, almost obviously, it's a Christian company, Christian comic company, mainly superheroes, but I wouldn't mind getting into some other stuff, maybe even producing some Christian graphic novels of people like Jeff Potts' book. Um, yeah, that question was. Yeah. Well, you had asked a question in the chat, and then you did that. that was from the second. Oh, I guess that was from like last week. Uh, I don't know why I was thinking it was. No, 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 no. No, that was from Monday. Sorry. I'm looking at things wrong on the calendar. Uh, I'm in the other voice chat chilling. Cool, cool, cool. That's always good. Nothing wrong with that. It's up to you if you want to come on air. But yeah, distracted myself from the question. Eh. Oh, oh, what would you talk about the company you want to make? So yeah, I'd like it to be like as big as DRC or Marvel War. Hello, Jonah. How are you? Okay, if you're talking, I can't hear you. Now, let me make sure my mic and that is all on the right thing here. Voice and all that. Output, yeah. Input. Uh, hello, hello. Okay, yeah, I can hear myself, so maybe Jonah's got some mic problems. I know he's muted, it says. Oh, muted and also hearing you twice is confusing. Well, if you turn off the YouTube audio, that should not be a problem for hearing me twice. Yeah, if you're in a panel, it's best to turn off, especially if you're live on a panel somewhere and you were listening to it, it's best to turn it off. Oh, okay. I wasn't sure. Hey, Jeff Sparky says, I just did an ad on Amazon last night. I'm going to see how well it does. Cool, cool, cool. That's a little big, but there we go. Okay, so let's. Oh, I was saying. So what I want my pump? Yeah, like I'd like it to become as big as DC or Marvel, household name type stuff.
All right.
Hey. So what else do I want my comic company be to? Oh, okay. Getting your stuff. Oh, that's looking good. Let me let people see what you're doing. Do, do, do. Okay, we're just gonna make it a little smaller. There we go.
Think I have any other file open. um. So yeah. Took me a bit in terms of procrastinating, but it's open. Now
Yeah.
open. um. Done.
Yeah. I can see it. People can see it. I probably won't be able to see it too much since I'll be having the chat up and looking at what I'm doing.
Yeah. That's about it. You could actually take it off. I'm going to open a different file, and I have no idea which one I'm going to open to continue that.
Well, if you're gonna, well, it's up to you. Well, whether you want to show, but if you're,
The answer would be no, because I have no idea which of the files I'm opening up.
uh,
Yeah, and it's best in case one of those is not suited for YouTube to open up.
okay. Take that.
Uh,
There we go. It's off.
all right. But yeah. What kind of what types of comics are you actually thinking of just putting on for it?
Well, mainly superhero, Christian superhero type stuff. So it'll probably be a lot earlier, like DC, Marvel. Yeah, Flit says time to liven up the snooze fest with some not safe for work. Kinko exclamation.
I'd rather not get his channel taken down.
Yeah, I'd rather not either. And hello, Flit. That was from Flit in the chat.
Yeah. Before I continue any drawing, I really need to give my hand a break. I must have been shading and fixing up everything.
Yeah, I know the feeling. I've been shading, fixing stuff, lighting, drawing, well, coloring.
Yeah.
It's going to be nice to have the weekend break and then Monday I'm back at it. Oh, it's a little bit of a killer. I would say 5 days and doing 8 hour shifts on here.
Huh. That. This, and this.
But it's really nice when people come around in the chat or on the panel. You know,
Mhm.
because then you have somebody to talk to or whatever, and it's not so mind-numbingly boring.
Yeah. Okay, so that's good. Open up. Turn that on. Yeah. This. I really messed up on that one. Great.
So, how is your day today, Flit, out there? Yeah, so yeah, like my main goal is superheroes. Like that's what I've designed. I might add in some other stuff later on. I might do some actual Bible characters type stuff.
Bible Man.
Well, no, not Bible Man. Oh God, that is so corny. Mine are not going to be any like superhero stuff. Is nothing like Bible Man. But no, I mean biblical comics. Like David and Goliath. The life of you know different stories from
Jesus.
different stories from the Bible and all that.
Jesus walking into the Catholic Church and flipping over the table, telling them no.
No, that was the Jewish synagogue's temple.
Oh no, I'm just saying that because the Catholic Church is actually making NFTs to sell in the Catholic Church.
Let's see. Chad says you're a fan of Bible Man, Rick. Not really. Rick wishes his characters could be iconic as Bible Man. Maybe a little bit at the moment, but
The most popular Christian story and game along with characters are the FNAF series.
The what?
Five Nights at Freddy's.
Okay. I know I've heard of it, but I wouldn't think they were that iconic, popular. I'm not sure what the right word is.
They're popular and they're well known. So
And hello, Joshua. Joshua says NFAF, never heard of it.
FNAF.
FNAF.
Yeah, and that's the acronym for FNAF. Five Nights at Freddy's. Where's that login? Here it is.
Make that a little bit darker. There we go. And now just to make some lights. Lighting on the characters.
Wait, I think I sent this like to you in private, but like the last time we were in a call.
Yeah.
It's that what was it? Like time I like characters in a what was it? Franchise type of ordeal.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was saying that I don't really have it planned to be a like all the stuff I'm working on as a very intricate, interconnected franchise.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean I won't put in references. Like I want
Yeah.
all of the like I'm one of the kind of creators that wants to have each series be their own thing and not heavily connected into one another.
Yeah.
References here and there, sure. That's a different story.
Yeah. Well, that was sort of like DC and Marvel really at the start. None of their books were really interconnected, a shared universe, and then eventually they made them a shared universe because of fans wanting to see their characters together.
Hmm?
I was just saying that was the same way with DC and Marvel at first. None of their books were connected. But then
Yeah.
fans wanted to see, Batman and Superman together or whatever.
Yeah. Crossover ones are really nice and fun. But for me, like, I have 30 different ones I'm working on.
Ah,
And none of them are connected to one another. There'll be references here and there, and that's about as far as the connections go. Because I do like to keep them in little bubbles for for simplicity's sake.
for your own continuity.
Yeah, for my own, I want to keep them separate so it can be easier to keep track of. And because this happened in this one, I should probably incorporate it into this one. Like that kind of escapade.
Yeah.
It's less of a mess on my end, and considering I'm just one person, I'm not pulling a Stephen King on it. Honestly, it would be interesting seeing how you're actually going to connect all your comic series together.
Well, eventually they're going to form a super team. So there between Snowdrift and Canadian Shield, there's a little bit of a connection, or you see a little bit at first. There's a plane that Canadian Shield flies by his in his first episode, and my second character, Snowdrift, is actually in that plane. So, and so in her issue, you actually see that from her perspective. It's before she becomes Snowdrift and all that. So,
All right.
but there's going to be, and just villain crossovers are going to be another way, to do it. Oh, I know
Oh.
that.
Wait, which villains are you going to have crossing over?
Let's see.
Sorry if it's like dragging away from the coloring.
Yeah, no problem. I have quite a few that are actually gonna cross over. I have like a drug dealer type guy that's gonna cross over, and then there's a demon behind him. He'll cross over into different comics.
Nice.
There's a character called Fearmaster that's gonna appear in several different comics.
Yeah.
And they'll reference, having been, up against whomever. Let's see, anyone else? I don't see any other. And then I know there's a character called Wolfang that is going to cross over to,
Oh, that's nice. Wait. Wolfang?
Yeah, Wolfang. He's sort of werewolf type, but not werewolf. He's just, he's like, his face is a little deformed from birth, and he's one of these people that, just gets hair growing all over their body. But he grows up in the circus, so he ends up learning a lot of acrobatic stuff too, so.
So he is another dick.
Yeah. Oh, you mean by Dick Grayson?
Grayson?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wasn't he the one that does acrobatic stuff?
Yeah. Well, a lot do, but,
Yeah, I meant like mostly circus stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, well, he was on the high wire and all that, so, Wolfgang will have learned a little bit of that stuff and all that, so to help him, become a thief, he steals to help out the circus because, the circus isn't doing financially, so he goes and steals jewels and then fences them, and here's miraculous money for the. And then I've got a whole other set of, lots of different villains that will be crossing over. Chad says, "Bible man doesn't mean it." a drug dealer in the Canadian Shield. When did you get so dark, Rick? Oh, okay, my kilobytes per second. Rick needs a green screen. Okay, we are back. We are back. Oh, I thought we were back. Uh, I'll.
I ended my stream so it doesn't kill yours.
Oh no! Usually this has no. Discord has nothing to do with it. It's.
Oh no, it's a bandwidth. Literally, if your internet can't handle streaming while watching a stream at the same time, it's going to kill over.
Yeah, well, I've had people on several times before, and it's just my internet is a pain. A pain. I could be doing nothing, and it does it. Anybody listening, if we keep this going, if things do cut out, I will start another stream for the next, 3 hours. But it seems like it balanced out.
Yeah, again, I just ended mine.
Yeah.
Saving the little bandwidth there is. I'm pissing off a lot of artists right now. I am not flipping the canvas.
Okay, so there's, except for me putting in some toenails on his foot, there is panel 2 done. Should do
Nice.
that. It's not gonna take too long to put toenails on.
Oh, there. I have one question. What kind of power sets do all the characters have?
Different. Oh well. Canadian Shields a lot. Superman-ish, a little bit, not quite as powerful as Superman, and has not quite all the powers. Like he doesn't have heat vision or cold breath or whatever, or super breath. Where he can blow out a lot. But he's got the invulnerability, the speed, the strength, type stuff from Superman. Snowdrift, she has cold base powers set. Flame, he has heat base power set. Then there's Insecto, which is he's got some super strength and all that. Different, I'd say insect type powers or proportionate insect type powers. Proportionate strength and that flight because of wings. Insects can fly, so he can fly, and then he can control like all insects.
So a slightly better version of that one Naruto character who has insects as a jutsu.
I guess so.
I forgot his name, I'm not gonna lie.
Then there's Ozona, which is storm base type character. So, weather, controls the weather and all that. With one extra little thing, she can create like an ozone type bubble around herself as a shield.
So she just compresses a bunch of the ozone layer. My question is, why hasn't she fixed the ozone layer then?
I don't know. She hasn't got her own comic yet. And like she said, I think she can create it just for a short time around herself. I don't know. Probably as long as she needs it, but or maybe around somebody else, so she can only do, small versions of it, like around a person. So not that big, not as big as the holes in the thing, and then keep them there. Maybe that's why she can't do it for long enough. And create enough things to spot, because I don't know where all the holes are and how big they are myself.
Um,
And then there is the Wiz. He's technological based, so just
is it going to be spelled the THE and Wiz WIZ?
no, Wiz is WHIZ. And that is just, the.
And the reason I'm asking is because Wiz is a program, and you say he's techno based, so
Yeah. You just wasn't sure whether I could get away with it. Yeah, but that's one program. He's like way smarter than one program. He'd probably make that
I know.
program.
I kind of figure. I'm just saying as like a getting away with it in terms of a name, because how the way copyright works is it only goes after, like, if you name a program Wiz, then they could get you with it. But if you have a character named that, you can get away with it.
Yeah. Yeah, as long as, you don't infringe on their program while using them, making them.
Yeah. Also, technically, Wiz is the most pirated software around.
Plus, I think I had my character long before that program was out, but I could be wrong.
I think it came out in like the 90s. Because I think it's Windows.
Well, I did create my character, the Wiz, in the early 90s or late 80s. I'm not sure offhand. Probably early 90s. I created mine. Let's see. Trolls story. I need his toenail color.
Purple.
Oh, I already have it. His toenails colored at one point, but they're not on this page, so you need to get them. Open up a file and get them from another page. And then the last main character that I have that I want to bring out stuff for is a character called Electide. She has electrical base powers, but basically she probably uses them as regular electrical base powers, but she uses them to, like, increase the space between her molecules, if you will, and then grow with that. Sort of like Giant Man.
Yeah. Thanks to Square Cube law, she is not. You have to do 10 to the power of 3.
Okay.
So if she weighs Yeah, so if she weighs, what is it? Uh, 78 kilograms, right?
Yeah.
You multiply that by 10 to the power of 3, and she's going to weigh 78,000 kilograms.
Okay. For what height, though?
10. So just multiply. I don't know.
So if she increased her height by 10 times, you're saying she would.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think she would be increasing her height by that much, but.
I don't know. It's just quick math conversion.
Yeah. She's like five something in height normally. So she might be doing it by 5 times.
That's fair.
Well, maybe sometimes 10 times because I've had her getting pretty big, but does it with her getting big, it doesn't matter so much if her mass necessarily increases. I guess it does, depending on stepping on a road or whatever.
Yeah, I'm just saying that because I'm not joking. I literally look up and do so much mathematical work just for all the series that I'm running, which all have different values to them. And I actually I can literally break a calculator by just saying one simple thing.
Uh, and what is that?
In one of mine, it literally is a volumetric scale. For going from 1 to 2 is not an exact 1-to-1. The number is linear, but to go from one to another, the volume increases. So 1 is really 10. Go to 2 is not 20. It's 1,000.
Mm.
Going from 2 to 3 is one is. Let me leave it at that. Once you get to number 240, you literally cannot use the scientific calculator. But if you go to 100, it's going to be even worse.
Yeah.
And that's just measuring the number in terms of how much output each person would have in their own series, let alone having them go outside, which is an increase of nearly 107 million.
Yeah.
And I also had to try to figure out how large the universe actually was for them compared to ours, so on and so forth. So, ew. And I'm not going into the whole fact that I'd much rather leave the multiverse that takes place out of the equation, just because I literally don't want to try to explaining it.
So there is panel 2 done. Yay!
But yeah, TLDR, it's multiverse too damn big. I label it as infinite just because of that one simple reason. Which technically it is infinite, but that's neither here or there. Yeah. Bowie, which Superman are you referring to, anyways?
Well, the one that probably everybody knows, like Earth One pre 52.
Again, which one?
The one that like went from like 85 to the early 90s or before 52 of the.
Uh,
And like I said, he's a D scale. The suit, you know, the suit allows the guy to do fairly great feats because one of the first feats he does do is, in the middle of winter, pulls up a tree by its roots and tosses it into space like it were a twig. So,
Space Big.
yeah, space is big.
Yeah. That actually is.
and it's
That,
and it's not a small tree either.
so a. What is it?
Probably
Was a 135-meter tree?
I'm not sure. The small meter stuff I can sort of get, but it probably like at least 50 feet, probably 60, 70 feet, maybe higher. Well, here, let's bring up a somewhat of a picture. Let's so you can.
And I know here my brother's washing dishes. My mom's gonna be pissed when she returns. Good night.
And you can see, yeah, you can see me there.
How tall is he?
He is 8 foot tall.
Let's see. Uh, let's see here. So, no.
Yeah, using.
Seems okay. 8 times 10. That's 80. Probably an 80-foot tall tree.
Yeah, and as you can notice, you don't even see the tip of it there. The tip of it goes off.
Yeah, it might be 80 feet. Which, like, 24 meters, I think.
Yeah, still pretty big, I'd say.
It is. Yeah, I was right. 24. Roughly 24 meters. 24.384. I'm getting better at doing conversions. Sorry, I've been using a bit of the metric system for quite a while.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I should know this, seeing as how, I'm in Canada and we use the metric system, but, I grew up with a lot of it in school, but my I used a lot of the
Imperial.
Imperial too growing up because of my mom and my dad, watching TV and stuff like that.
Yeah, and for the most part, a lot of civilians don't really need to know the metric system. But it's good to have and know if you want to do quick conversions.
Yeah. Coming trolls. Main. Shade. Don't mind me just saying the labels as I'm creating them. Lighting.
That's fine. That actually is a very important thing to do when it comes down to this. Yeah, my question, do you actually, would you actually talk about like some heavy-handed topics within the comic or no?
Probably at times I will. Well, heck. Well, it depends on what you consider drugs. I probably talk about it in a light-hearted way. Like Canadian Shield's up against a drug dealer, and so I do talk about drugs, in that
Alright.
thing, but not very in depth. Canadian Shield's like, why would anybody take drugs?
Well, actually, I should have asked first off. What is the actual rating for the book? Like kids, adults.
I'm gonna say all
Teens.
age. I'm gonna say all ages. I don't know whether I've never rated it, and I just rate it as like comics back in the 90s and before. Anybody can pick up and read, right, and enjoy for DC and Marvel, right? So that's really what I want to do. Just stuff that anybody that can pick up and read and enjoy.
All right. Um. So the main reason I asked was because like, is it like mature topics and all that being discussed and touched upon is the main thing I was like asking.
Yeah.
Like, I think the drug stuff is kind of talked about primarily in schools.
Yeah.
At least in current times. So I think the real thing I was going to ask was like, some topics that really aren't discussed or talked about as much or as frequent that
Uh.
you and I, like, people that could get educated upon in
Like.
those fields, like for you doing research, stuff like that.
Oh, like what sort of topics are you? Okay. Are you thinking about? I guess is just.
Um, give me a minute. I need to.
Yeah.
I'm also working on the drawing. I should have finished a while ago.
Yeah. I understand. Flet says Canadian Shield is a C-17. Somehow I don't think so, Flet.
Like discrimination, injustices, like stuff of that nature.
uh,
Like how some of the original comics have.
yeah. Well, that'll definitely probably be a little addressed and is a little addressed in the Canadian Shield, because the Canadian Shield underneath his costume is a Native American from 200 years ago. So, and partly the reason that I'm not sure, got chosen or whatever to get the suit. Maybe not. I shouldn't say that's the reason, but in his time, he was discriminated against by his people. Native Americans, because he had chosen the god of the white man, and he was discriminated against from the white man because he was an Indian. So it'll probably end up dealing with some of it because of that, and that's right in the first issue that I say, that he says in like the first few panels, I've been, what can I do for you, God? Everybody's against me, and then God, transports him to our time. Not quite that way. Okay, later, not Flet, Jeff. See you on the flip side. Oh, Jeff, how was Drawn and Quartered last night before you head out? If you get this in time. So yeah, definitely discrimination will probably be definitely handled in my book, in some way, shape, or form.
All right.
I'm not sure what the other ones. I forget what the other ones you were saying.
Some of the other ones would be like, what is it? Like topics about minor, like injustices, minor or not so, such as like, I'm not sure how touchy this would be in general to say, but the case with JD and AH, like that. that that um I'm trying to be careful because YouTube's weird algorithm and bots kind of have
Yeah, I'm just not sure what you mean by JD.
Johnny Depp.
Okay. Yeah, Johnny Depp and
His ex wife
yeah, yeah,
currently, that kind of stuff.
yeah,
With domestic
yeah,
and dealing with that, the injustices and discrimination between men and women in that regard, stuff like that.
yeah,
Heavy-handed topics that need to be taken care with care.
yeah. Well, I guess for me, it's like I probably won't shy away from any topic. I can't see shying away from any topic, but for me, it's all about how natural it will be for the comic, to come up. I'm not just
All right.
I'm just not gonna bring it up just to bring it up. I guess is you know the thing.
Alright. So you're not gonna pull what Marvel and DC had done, where they just shoehorned it in for God knows what reason.
Yeah,
All right, that's actually a really good answer. Yeah. Uh, the other thing is, are you going to try to handle it with care, or just not going to bother and just make it whatever?
uh, um, I could say both. It depends on the characters I end up using to deal with it too. Because you have characters that are just point blank blunt and they don't give a rip's ass about nothing. Like if you have Wolverine talking about a topic versus
Tony Stark.
Professor, well, I was going to say Professor Xavier. Professor Xavier's real diplomatic, right? Wolverine's not going to be diplomatic about nothing. He doesn't give a rip.
Well, unless he does, then
Yeah. Yeah. Flit saying, do we really need another comic book preaching or discrimination? Probably not. What? Why do these things need to even to be dressed in the Canadian Shield? Why can't it just be entertainment? Well, that's like I said. I'm making my books, trying to make them like 90s and before. I'm not. I'm not gonna skirt away from stuff, but I'm not going to force feed it to anybody.
yeah, that was the main thing I was actually asking. Would it be mostly shoehorned, or would it just be naturally brought up?
Yeah.
And like the heavy and touchy subjects are, though, just that they're heavy and touchy, and are you going to handle it with care?
Yeah.
And by the way, handling with care does not mean that you have to agree with
Yeah.
it, or the characters have to be, wholesome and now making sure that everything's alright. No, it just means you're handling with the respect it deserves.
Yeah. And that's exactly what I'm trying to make my entertainment, my comics entertainment for Christians, and all about, well, putting a little bit of the gospel in there,
Oh no, we're being force fed Jesus. Oh, the humanity.
Okay, so I got my 2 guys in there. Do I need to? Have I done the? Okay, we do have that stuff in there. Okay, I'll be right back. I gotta use the facilities.
Okay, considering he's not here, we should try rioting. Let's see. It's probably gone to just to see what comments are left. I'm actually wondering how many how many hero stories is he actually going to pull together for it?
Okay, I'm back. Oh yeah, he's still here. Oh, let's see. Eagle says, "I'm back, quick." Uh, now I can. Let's see what's he saying. A single tear falls from the Canadian shield as he looks upon a wasteland that was once his home. The great maple trees are no more. The buckler has burned them all down. Rick, I'm watching with no volume, so I'm assuming you think this is a great idea. Well, that's probably the reverse of what you should do, Eagle. And would you be correct in thinking so? And you would be correct in thinking so. uh,
Uh,
what?
None. I think those were basically all the things that I was going to ask, and like in general,
Yeah.
mostly because of how the comic book industry was during time, like a few years ago, when everyone basically met up and talked to one another briefly, but nonetheless.
Yeah. If I think it's good for the comic to bring him in, like I said, I will, and no. It's stuff that I guess in some ways I haven't really thought about. I'm just, I plan to write, and, well, at one point I'm going to be running the business, but,
Yeah. The main that's just some of the things I was thinking of, due to the fact that, well, mostly out of just sheer curiosity.
yeah.
And I think some of these questions would be asked regardless, by like, people in the industry and so forth. Like, journalists and
Yeah.
people trying to cover. like the news and all.
Yeah.
So it's best kind of get it out of the way and and see where it falls right now compared to later.
Yeah.
Um, Other than that, like some of that is what I've been thinking of when it comes into my own works. It's mostly for a mature audience. It does not mean that no one kids can't pick it up and all that. It just means it's mostly for people that are mature enough to read it.
Yeah.
Which is the answer I would usually give is, are you mature enough to read it? Then go ahead, pick it up. Like, it doesn't discriminate between anyone. It's just me saying, are you just mature for it?
Yeah. Then in a lot of ways, that's. Well, I want my. Like I said, I want my book to be able to be picked up.
What is English?
I want my book to be able to be picked up by anybody, or enjoyed. And that's what I care about. Two things, I care about in my books. A, that people can pick up 2 or 3 things. It can be picked up and enjoyed by anybody. And for the most part, have the gospel in it, but not preached at anybody's. That's why, again, so they can enjoy it, right? But that, it gets, maybe speaks to them in some way. They're Christian comics. My comic company is called Cross Comics. You can't, how can you not expect that in them?
And is the third money?
Oh yeah. Well, I do hope it makes money, obviously, but I guess I sort of combined 2 and 3 or whatever. Just with people anybody being put in the gospel and still people enjoying it. To me, it's hard to separate them all into different little pieces, and I'm not sure where.
Nah, that's fine. These are just some of the stuff that I feel like you're going to be asked in like streams where they're doing interviews and all that. Like on Sporkman.
Yeah.
Or like I think it's like The Verge or Comicron or something like that. One of those where they ask about that.
Yeah. And add another folder here and call it texture. And actually, I want that to be above there. So let's see. We want white.
Okay. And that.
I hope we didn't scare Flit away with those questions. Hey, Flit, you got any questions?
Oh no, my music stopped. No, I'm not going to play it. It literally has a bunch of copyrighted stuff in it, so your stream will be demonetized.
Yeah.
Or take it down. Or both.
Probably more just demonetized, and I care, but I don't care. I don't really want stuff to be demonetized in case at some point, get enough people that coming back and these streams actually begin to make money.
Oh god, this feels weird. Hey.
There we go. Texture.
Let's, uh,
What else has Eagle got here to say? We give the shield a native headdress and let him pray over the land of his people destroyed by the buckler. It's all due to the buckler's greed for toothpicks and back scratchers. Eagle, eagle, eagle. Let's see now. Let's add a layer here. Shadows. Sound. I was thinking of something else here that I needed. Oh, I know. Texture. Soft. Lighten this a little. There we go. ogre skin.
Oh, up here.
What's that?
Oh no, I just realized I need to do some cross hatching on the neck.
Uh,
Look, it look weird.
there we go. Mm. Oh, don't tell me I did that all on that skin layer. I hate when I do that. Luckily, it wasn't that long ago, and I just take it all off and redo that shading. Although I hate redoing stuff like that. Just because I forgot to do something as simple as move to a different layer.
The beauty of cell shading. Easy to redo.
Even this, just using whatchamacallit, it's fairly easy. It's just, I don't like having to redo it just to begin with. Because I messed up on something so,
Basic.
yeah. That's switching a layer. Okay. There we go. Got it redone. See, it didn't take long. I had an idea what I was doing anyway, so it didn't take that long. It was just a pain in the ass to do.
Uh-huh. Some of the methods I do is just for cell shading is basically just using the multiply tool in a separate layer. Not tool, filter. It helps overlay on top of the colors.
Yeah, I did that before, and I've done it. Can be good, but I have more control when I do it.
I know. That
So the well,
trust me, I don't bother flipping the canvas because I'm more used to the traditional aspect of art, and flipping it throws me off.
uh, eagle with a thinking face. Somehow I think the volume's back up for him.
Hmm.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have put the thinking face to what we were saying.
Honestly, I feel like a good amount of artists are just gonna be annoyed at the fact I don't bother mirroring.
You don't bother what? Did you say marrying? Like getting
Yeah,
married?
no, like flipping the actual canvas, mirroring the image, so on and so forth. Like I don't bother doing that.
Uh,
Yeah, that's why I feel like a lot of them are gonna be annoyed.
yeah, some might care, some won't. Me, I wouldn't care. You do what works for you to get your job done. You know how it works for you.
Hmm. I thought you put on your camera for some reason.
No. Well, my camera's technically on, but you're on Discord. But you're getting what? Because I'm using OBS and I'm using a virtual cam just to show over there. Oh, is my time there? See, for the last hour, my thing has been being pathetic and going up and down for the bandwidth. The troll cries a single tear as the goblins try to steal his bridge. There's no goblins in this story, Eagle. You're gobbling up the wrong story.
The Slayer of Goblins. Uh,
Inside of mouth.
uh,
And now teeth. There's no E on the end of teeth.
the test.
The eagle's crying for some reason. Shedding a single
Good.
tear.
Let the weakling cry. Ha 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 ha.
Trolls. The troll skin.
I am. Oh. Do you want to hear some of the stuff that was like that me and my friend actually were friends were actually doing?
Huh?
Do you want to hear some of the stuff that my friends and I were actually doing?
Sure.
All right. Just make sure I get the coloring on this correctly. Of course. Of course. Color the entire thing. Manually it is. Some of the stuff we were doing are like doing like planning for was essentially a Super Robot Wars inspired like comic. What Super Robot Wars is, primarily to those that don't know about, is a bunch of different franchises put together in a cohesive-esque story based off of all the events that happened or transpired with the collection they got. That's the mouth. God damn it.
Yes, they're supposed to be red blood spots in the panels. What I did to make this whole background eagle is I took the troll skin, did a bunch of swipes with it, and then I took the ogre skin, the same thing, and then made red blood spots all throughout.
Give us a. All right. Okay. Okay. Okay, you're telling me. um. Yeah. So basically, we all pitch in ideas for and characters for it, and come up. They try to come up with events leading up to certain things that happen around the story. I have a a layer for the hair. I'll do it. Hmm.
Troll. Sounds cool getting big robots together to fight, especially
Um.
imaginary ones.
It's more than just giant robots. There's
Okay,
what's
so
known as huh?
okay, even small or regular sized robots.
No, there's something known as boots on the ground. Um, in layman's terms, it just means normal people fighting against other normal people.
Ah,
Yeah. So we're basically um considering it's right now more of a like talk and RPG esque rather than a comic since we need to get stuff fleshed out. Um, the quote unquote DM is myself, who is pretty much taking the lead and setting up certain events, along with so many other things to happen. I'll just color that in.
so you're sort
Um,
of creating an RPG?
uh, it's RPG esque in the sense that everyone is pretty much just talking about certain events and what would happen and transpire with all the characters.
Ah,
Like if uh, this character pretty much lost an arm, how would the rest of the group react according to that character losing an arm during this fight on this thing? And how would that affect the later portion of the story?
ah.
Um, oh, I'm an idiot. Oh wait, no, never mind. No.
Never mind, you're not
Not
an idiot.
Besides that being a lie, no, I'm saying never mind because I thought I miscolored in the wrong layer, and I didn't.
Oh, that's always good.
Yeah, you won't believe how many times I've done that.
Oh, yes, I would. Because I've done it a lot too.
Um, but yeah, and with basically everyone, every character is basically trying their hardest for survival. And how it goes is basically, um, uh, we get it's our OCs go there. They get teleported, but it's not fully them. At points, it's certain things get a changed up. Some of us take full control of our original characters, thus technically killing them. Others are partially there or as part of their subconscious. Um, and some are uh, or some have just altered the personality of the characters to where it's kind of not who they were originally.
Yeah.
So yeah, in terms of characters that are overpowered or have a ton of power from their original stories, that story purposes that is heavily nerfed due to the fact that one, they're not like if they take full control, it's not them. It's a different person. If you see Dragon Ball and the Goku Genyu situation,
Yeah.
where they both swap bodies, take that, but to an extreme.
Yeah. Thanks, Rain. Rain's just saying that this looks great and that I've really improved my color since Canadian Shield 1. Well, I didn't do all of Canadian Shield 1, the colors. I think, as Rain very well knows. Ooh, that's way too much. I'm gonna make that smaller.
Yeah. Besides the boots on the ground stuff, it does go into a lot of different talks, topics, and different arcs.
Ah,
And primarily the overpowered machines that would normally be there are not going to be overpowered. Um, as those are pretty much toned down from what they originally were. Oh, what can I post? Where can I post some of my art here? Is it a misc?
in my
Yeah.
thing. Let's see which I think I have. I know other people. Let's see, art. Miscellaneous. I don't think. Do I have somewhere for other people's art?
I just put it in miscellaneous.
Yeah. Uh,
Is that what miss means, or did I put?
well, it was supposed to. I think it was supposed to be miscellaneous drawings by me, but I think I saw you put those in a couple days ago. Other people put in miscellaneous stuff in there. So yeah, that's really what it's become.
Oh, I forgot to put the knife in it. There we go. So export. Yeah. Um. Yeah. In terms of some of the stuff that ends up happening there, uh, it does get interesting, to say the least. But yeah, one of the worlds that I made, I had to make for my friend due to the fact that um that it's due to
Dude,
the fact that they didn't have uh a area for the Earl C to partake from or within. Uh, so I had to make that from the ground up,
uh,
and it literally spiraled out of control to where it turned out to be its own original franchise, original series that I made. And the way I made it outside of its own story, which when I said, "Oh yeah," if you take these characters outside of their original story, they become over 107 million times more, roughly 107 million times more powerful than where they were. Yeah, it's from there,
yeah.
and they brokey. um, for the simple fact that one fireball that they launch within their own world, within their own series, is a normal fireball. But if you take it outside, it is essentially a 25 megaton bomb.
Uh,
So it brokey.
yeah.
I also posted the art. Um,
Cool.
yeah. I probably should tone it down a bit in terms of the shading, like the coloring chosen. Or just a completely different color. Let's see.
Um, skin.
Yo, no. This actually is a lot better. Oh my god. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Oh my god. Yep, okay, finished writing. Oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Okay, I think that's all I'm gonna do on the helm, and then I'm just gonna color up these top two. The oncoming trolls. Let's get some black.
Yes, this actually captured the mood I was going for. uh,
Alright. Good.
I actually better send this to them. Look at their where are you? 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 Where? Oh, I sent it to the wrong person.
Oh, that could be potentially bad.
No, I was going to send it to a group, and I sent it to the wrong person.
Well, that's why I said it could be potentially bad, depending on who you sent it to. Could be somebody that is just, whatever. Or it could be somebody, oh my god, why did you send that to me?
Yeah, by the way, you can actually show that on the stream. It's 100% safe. Because there's nothing showing. It's literally like dolls, essentially.
Yeah.
But yeah, and the world that, but wait, going back to what I was saying, the world that I made is a magical based world. And how that works is, it's, to put it as simple as I can, very complicated yet easy to understand, as it is inspired by D&D, but I fleshed it out so it isn't 1-to-1.
Yeah.
And in the background, that's my sister yelling. So, it is an interesting place to say the least. And I didn't make mechs there for that very reason. For that world. And I had to figure out how to explain it. Hence why I went overboard in creating it and decided to put it like 100-ish years after the creation of the mechs there. Maybe a couple more centuries, but yeah. Now here or there, it really does change the end result. But yeah, and I had to come up with so much world building and lore for it.
I can believe it. I know what it's like to have to come up with lots of world building, lore.
Yeah. And just to tell you, that doc I sent you, where it's the title of it, which I'm not saying here. That one that has over almost 300, 400-ish page, I think.
Ah,
That is the world that I was making, and it took me 1 year to make all of that.
wow.
And my friend was helping out as well. But yeah, I had to rework, rewrite, redo a lot of it. So not all of it is 100%, and I added a few extra stuff.
Ah,
Um. So yeah. Um. It is very much a living, breathing world on its own.
yeah.
If you had like 5 characters interacting with one another, their walks of life are completely different. So, um, but yeah, that's literally the world I had to make for her, and but yeah, and every other, like the antagonist for the for the collab one, the 3 other sides are. One of them is very much a pushover. That isn't. It's not even funny. Um, let me put it this way: the Russian military would have an easier time fighting the entire force that's there than these guys.
Ah,
Yes, I am making a political commentary right now in a comic stream. But yeah, it's just to get some of the points across um, as quickly as possible.
yeah.
Like the tech there, to describe it the best, despite it having, you know, energy weapons, lasers, so on and so forth, they have such a short range, as it's more based off of World War II and Cold War era tech in that regard of range and doctrines. Similar to Star Wars, which is the main influences for it.
Mm,
Um, that you can easily push it over. Like the units that we have literally outperform those, but at the same time, those units can eat through the majority of the normal machines. The grunt units,
yeah.
as they don't have a lot of protection against energy weapons. But yeah, uh, we have. Let's see. Technically, we have 5 super robots.
Mm,
Um, with everything else falling under the real robot category. Differences: super robots are like superheroes.
mm,
Superman, Wonder Woman, Green Lantern, Aquaman, uh,
yeah.
Spider Man, stuff like that, right?
Ah,
Even even the symbiotes, right?
yeah.
Super robots are those. Real robots are Batman, Tony, um, Daredevil, normal people.
Mhm.
And then you have, uh, and you can mix and match both. The genres are broad enough, and just to what is it? Just to be there.
Mhm.
So yeah, the guys that are pushovers are pushovers. In one-on-one combat until you but yeah, it what puts them in a annoyance or uh lethal category is they have a 1,000 to 1 advantage.
Mm.
And just leave it right there.
Yeah.
So with a 1,000 to 1 advantage, is it isn't fun.
Oh, I can't believe it would be.
In video game terms, you're getting ganked. You're the final boss and you're getting ganked by a bunch of low levels. But moving up from that, we have uh, the magical robots, which is another branch of the same super robot category. Except these are using magic, like Doctor Strange, Fate, Scarlet
Yeah.
Witch, Zatanna. Uh, these are they're not pushovers, but they're very, very much a annoyance, and because of magic, it is BS to deal with.
Ah.
And keep in mind, everyone is mostly fighting in space, so you can imagine, for some odd reason, they're shooting lightning, ice, water, wind, and fire in space at you. It is BS, it is broken, and you are wondering how you got Battlefield removed into this other area outside space and time on the opposite side of the solar system.
Yeah.
Um, Luckily, we have a few of our own magic robots that are BS to
Yeah.
deal with them.
For sure. It's always good to have your own version of whatever you're facing.
Yeah, and that's the good thing and the bad thing because our magic robots do not have are inexperienced in space combat, as they come from a fantasy world that's mostly on land or in the sea, sometimes in the air. Not fun.
Well, land wouldn't be so much, but sea or um, air experience would give you something to do, some good because experience, because then you've actually possibly dealt with the 3 dimensions. You know.
Yes, that would be useful if they actually bother going into sea or air missions. Like, and you know how it is when it comes down to D&D or video games. No one likes going into water, and and barely anyone plays any air-based video games.
Yeah.
So there is no water-based mission at all, or people avoid that as much as possible. Luckily, there is a one person or two that does do water-based combat from that world, and luckily they have better experience. Granted, one of them is not even from that world to begin with. They were isekai'd. Terminology, they are basically brought in from another world. And it just so happened to be is the exact same world that the main force is from. So they have good acquaintances. Now, and just to tell you, the magic mechs that they have are living. They're more like actual cybernetic organisms similar to Transformers. But you can pilot them. You can use you can add your magic to theirs and make it 3 times more powerful. But yeah. And moving on from the magic robots, we have the super robots like Mazinger Z, Robo, so on and so forth. Let me put it this way. You know that meme of the meme of like standing here I realize, where the player is, or like one character is being on the chest of another and that one is just standing still, right? That is our team's entire force against just one of these guys. Let alone a squad of 5. And
Yikes.
one of us... Huh?
I said yikes.
Yeah. And one of us has a super robot that if they're super hyped about it, excited, willing to tear someone from limb to limb of, just of being a hot-headed pilot, they're struggling against that person still. Ignoring the fact that the weapons that they have can actually damage and destroy the armor off of the one that we have. That's a super robot. So it is so we go from easy, medium, BS.
Big jump there.
Yeah. And then going to this is a slight spoilers for how it's going to be. We go from BS to no.
Sounds like another big jump.
Yes. And that is not going to the final boss battle.
What do you mean, where's Doc Savage, Eagle? There's no Doc Savage in this book.
Man, that is not even the final boss. That is a no. The final boss is literally a why did you piss off the DM? Yeah. And just to explain to you how much of a broken mess it went to and how far it was lobbed, the machine, the final boss, I think I could just send you the doc and or just send you the snippet from in the screenshot just so you can read it. But keep in mind, it took roughly 10 years for them to make it back from where they were sent off to with a battlefield removal hack that kind of collided everything into a singularity point from those timelines connecting it. It is insane because to that final boss, it took 2 years in their perspective to reach them again. While for us, it's 10 years that gone by. Yeah. No one is really safe in that, to be blunt. Like, there is always a high chance of death. Though, it's not all going to be doom and gloom. It's not going to be super serious. There are a lot of lighthearted moments.
Well, that is good.
Yeah. One of which is quite literally I asked this to them. It's, which area do you want to go to? Would you like for a joyride in the countryside? A vacation of sorts on a giant where it's essentially a big giant battle bus that's nearly the size of the Nimitz class air carrier that the U.S. has.
Mm-hmm.
You have Eldritch Nightmare World, which got shot down immediately. We have the Fantasy Magical World, where one of the characters is from. And the next one is the world that the super robot is from. Sadly, we don't have Earth there, so it's just those two or Nightmare. So yeah, but it's literally just going to be a joyride with everyone going in that giant battle bus essentially and taking a joyride across the countryside. But yeah, in terms of the grand scheme and political intrigue within all the factions, the main group is actually neutral. Everyone else kind of just has it out for each other. Man. I really want to talk about a lot of the stuff when it comes into the things I'm working on.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I don't want to give out spoilers for it.
Yeah. Yeah, I get what you mean. It's learning to the right amount. I used to spill my guts about everything in my comic universe, and then it's like, okay, come on, Rick, you can't tell everybody everything because then they won't want to read it because there'll be no surprises.
Well, the surprise is how the characters handle it.
Yeah,
But yeah, uh, like there's so much fun, exciting stuff that I want to talk about. But the most I can say is like some of the themes and subject matters that are to be touched on and talked about.
yeah,
Like one of the comics I'm working on, which you show the character of, is Stardust. Um, no, it has nothing to do with another comic called Stardust. I literally created this during high school, prior to any of that knowledge being known when that came out. I'm just going to leave it at that. But yeah, what ends up happening is, um, like some of the subject matters I want to touch up on is like some of the stuff that primarily it was already pretty much written down already prior to anything to do with like Marvel and DC's fiasco and like the whole Comicsgate stuff.
yeah,
Um, and it was thought up during high school. But the subject matters that I was thinking of touching up is like just the standard hero's journey, what it means to be a hero, and what happens when you have more heroes popping up all over the world, and some of these heroes are just in it for the publicity stunt and for just the cash and revenue rather than being a actual genuine superhero.
mm,
Like certain hero groups, um, when they combine, like when these heroes got together, they made this group, so on and so forth. Compared to the original heroes, which, um, for their morality and all that, they fall under the spectrum of I don't care, I'm just doing right by me and right by what I believe in.
yeah.
So that is their main priority. Um, they do end up getting a love interest. That love interest, you'll see what happens as it progresses.
Yeah,
Yeah. When it comes down to part two, or the one where it has the official title of Stardust, rather than a quote unquote prequel,
hmm,
that is a more about besides reaping the whole hero's journey tale, the theme of it is about learning the past and what happens when you don't. But what happens if you do or don't bother learning the past, and the consequences of repeating events all over again. Even though people and a good amount of people like to say that that isn't how history works. In a lot of cases, it does when you don't learn from your own mistakes. or learn from the mistakes of others or from the past to better inform yourself and to not repeat them in the future,
Yeah.
you tend to repeat them regardless. Um, so what ends up happening is, besides that, it's what happened to the heroes that just decide to retire out of circumstances that I don't want to say or give out too much, but it's literally what like about the heroes that retired, what happens when they get out of it, and the new guard or the young blood that decides to become heroes in a world that has changed far too much than it originally was during the time that the original ones were out, or the ones that were more publicly known.
It sounds a little bit like Kingdom Come from DC with Alex Ross.
I never read it, nor knew about the content inside of it.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, well, there's nothing new under the sun, right?
yeah. Like I don't read a lot of comics to begin with, nor watch a lot of shows or read a lot of mangas. So a lot of the stuff I come up with is just out of the stuff I want to write and talk about, but with the respect that it actually deserves to begin with.
Yeah.
And for the second part, it's delving more and more into mature subject matters and matters that are quote unquote taboo in society,
Yeah.
such as like sorry, something in my throat.
No problem.
Such as like um, even though like Englentine has said this frequently, it's like talking about the LGBT community and how he has said that it's already been touched upon and talked about in comics and that there was no issues. But it's good to have reinforcements of like that kind of talk for newer generations, telling them that it's okay to be gay, lesbian, bi, pan, even straight. It's okay for that to begin with. Um, Even stuff like trans representation, trans talk, stuff like that. And for the most part, there is a large handful of characters that would be in that spectrum. Um, there will be different types of representations, which one of them is, like, if you know anything about Sentai, you'll know that, or Power Rangers, it's that when they morph, they're turning into the best version of themselves that they can be for the situation that requires it. So they get a physically fit body, better performance. They are not the perfect human, but they're the best versions of themselves. And this one Sentai, what ends up happening is, um, it's not spoiler-ish, but it is part of the character arc. Even though the audience would know, it's still very much a hassle for the trans community to begin with. And yes, that is right. They are trans. It's basically when they transformed, they went from being this fairly decent looking or good looking guy to being, well, a woman. It does hint towards that they are trans, but this is confusing for them. They clearly want to be a Sentai, but having the body of a woman is strange. It is something they feel comfortable in, but why were they like that? You do follow them to where they discover that who they truly are. Because these for the trans community, it's not really touched up on or talked about as frequently or as much as it deserves, with pretty good respect to that community to begin with. And they end up being confused, but some things, even though it's, a lot of people say it's a non-issue, it's just in their head, they're over-exaggerating it. Why does it matter? It just get out of it, get out of your own head, stop thinking about this kind of stuff of, oh my god, what would my family think? Oh my god, what would my friends think? Would they like me? Would they treat me better? Would they be X, Y, and Z? Even though you can tell them straight to their face, it's all in your head. Stop thinking about this. Get over yourself. It does not help, and no, it's in their head. You already said. Think of it like this: would you tell a depressed person to their face when they're in a crisis, get over it, stop it, it's in your head, so get over your depression? Right to their face when they're having a little bit of a breakdown, and they're trying to tell you what they're going through. Would you do that? Or would you try being a little more careful and understanding, due to the fact that one wrong word could slip up and be catastrophic to that person? You just have to. It is such a slippery slope when it comes down to that.
Yeah.
So
Mental illness usually is slippery slope.
yeah, so that's some of the things I want to talk about in it. And to begin with, that is one of the characters that's going to be talked about for positive representation. Then you have the negative side of that, and that's the clear and obvious route of, well, they're just faking, they're pretending, they're not really trans, stuff like that. The negative backlash that a lot of the trans community does face about the whole thing of you're just faking to be a man or a woman. You're not really a trans person or this gender. You're not this, that, and so on and so forth. And you can never be this or that. Again, it's a very slippery slope to deal with, but that is some of the stuff that's going to be talked about with as much care as that can be physically done. Then there's the other issue of, there are actual people that do genuinely go in and had transition, or quote unquote came out or transition to the opposite sex, only because they were getting heat and backlash from other people that they decide to do this. They never were, but they decide to do it. And some of them went the extra mile and straight up did it just to get the extra protection that is entailed within that group. Do they believe in it? Are they vile? Are they some of the worst people you met? Yes. Yes, it is 100% exactly how it is. That is who they are, and they don't really change unless something happens to change them. Then you have the point of actual abuse being talked about as well. About trans people abusing normal people or each other. And it's not just going to be them, it's literally a gay couple abusing one another, abusing a straight couple, lesbian couples doing the same thing, so on and so forth. That this literally puts a negative perspective on the community. But that isn't the main thing. It's literally the small portion, but these small groups cause so much trouble.
Uh,
There's even some hero characters that do the exact same thing. And there's even one hero that is... I'll be blunt. There's two, but the main one is quite literally a narcissistic a-hole that runs an entire business of a superhero franchise that is a superhero.
that could be Tony Stark.
No. Okay, maybe current day Tony and back in the golden age Tony, but yeah. Then you have the one that's on the exact same tier, as in, the A team. Then you have the B, all the way up to the we're just using you for publicity. The one that's also equal to them is these two are Superman-esque. One of them has all the power in the world, and well, the other is all the power in the world and then some. But the one that has all the power in the world is a chick who is and isn't intentionally abusing their partner. And yes, lesbian as well. This is one that is, for the most part, the unintentional part is they're way too damn powerful and they unintentionally harm them to begin with. But when they do, it is very much emotionally and mentally abusing them. The physical abuse is unintentional, the other part is. Yeah, it does go off and talk about quite a few heavy topics.
Yeah, it sounds like it for sure.
Actually, it does talk about a bunch of heavy topics, one of which is the fallout of what happens when you literally break something that is economically valuable for a military force and regime that pointed it at your world. That literally is something that collapses the entire force there, and they're kind of stuck. So essentially, it's what happens when the Death Star 1 and 2 blew up. What happens to the economy then? It literally went down the toilet, and you see the fallout and ramification of it. Like, it is planned out in terms of how far it goes. Even the ramifications of some of the heroes and their action and what that entailed.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean that it's always going to be touching and talking about these heavy topics. No. But it is there. It's both in the foreground and in the background. And characters' arcs do end up being transferred from one to another. And sometimes it's very much a arc over several for that one thing to happen.
Yeah.
It's more manga-esque in that regard.
Yeah. So when do you have planned for this stuff to come out?
Good question. I'll let you know when the actual world document is completely written out along with all the story arcs and story beats. And I get the first 12 chapters written and drawn down. I'll let you know when that happens. Yeah, in terms of my plan, it's basically get like a full 12, 30, 40 chapters done and release them like weekly or bi-weekly. Mostly weekly. And then take a small break, go back to it, and repeat. It's just to get out, just to get it like that.
Yeah.
Because it's pretty much a project that I feel like would take 500 chapters to actually finish writing down.
Yeah.
And the entire story.
Yeah.
One thing I don't really like doing is, or reading too much is, events and stories where it's like, the end of the world is in danger, the end of the world is coming. Do you not care about the world dying? Come on, the world is ending. Why aren't you worried about it? Come on, save the world is going to die. Oh my god, the world! No! Hurry! Nameless protagonist, save the world! You know, like every 6 chapters that happens.
Yeah.
Or every 12 chapters. Instead of being a overly, well advertised, amazing event that you'll never believe. The world is coming to an end. Can these heroes save it in the nick of time? They only have 2 days to do so. Instead of it being like that, it's more of, hey guys, did you know that the world is going to end? Come on, be excited. We need the sales to go up. The world is ending, and after this, we're doing a whole reboot. And then starting the world event all over again. Of the world dying. Aren't you glad that the world is going to end every 12 chapters? Come on! It get boring.
Yeah.
I'll be blunt.
Definitely can.
Like, if I do end of the world events, or leading to it, it's literally going to be a actual spectacle that is worth your investment. Mostly because I am not focusing on the events of the world ending, but rather what is happening to these characters to begin with. The world plot is literally the tertiary thing to be important to the story and narrative.
Yeah.
Secondary is what is happening to the group. You know, if it's like a whole team based, all the heroes joining forces. That is the secondary plot. The primary is about the 5 main characters you have to begin with.
Yeah.
And yes, I am calling out Marvel and DC for the constant. The world is, in danger, in peril, in doom and gloom scenarios. For the past, 10 years?
Oh,
Like for
20,
10 years,
20, 30.
like from where I started seeing it, it's literally the past 10 years where they started like every 12 issues a new event of the world is dying again and again.
Well, DC never had it. The world is necessarily dying, but they certainly had it for the last 30 years. There was a major event every year in their comics that produced a miniseries and then crossed over into all the other comics. Like Final Night, Final Crisis. There was a whole bunch of them.
Yeah. But yeah, it's literally just one of those things that if you do it, don't spam it like COD does with their yearly release. In 10 years, releasing 10, 20 games. No, don't do that. Just literally spend 5 years building up to the end of the world.
It's the end of the world as we know it.
I mean, yeah. I mean, look at the Aztecs. They literally build up the end of the world troll with the 2012 calendar.
Yeah, well, the question is, did they do that on purpose or because they actually thought it was going to end? And somehow I think it's because they actually thought it was going to end.
What I feel like is they may have written down more calendars past that year, but all of those past 2012 got completely destroyed in some kind of incident. Hence why we see rubble around the 2012 calendar. That no one bothered to put back together.
Could be.
That and the Spanish might have actually done something. But yeah, I mean, look at that. Literally back during, what is it? 2006, 7. They literally started to say, oh yeah, they found the Aztec calendar and it says at 2012 the world is going to end. Or, it ends at 2012. So, it literally built up for the end of the world in 2012 and it was a fun spectacle. Mostly because we heard a bunch of people committing because they thought the world ended and
was going to end. But it's like, okay, this is a prediction by a culture that's dead, so doesn't mean they're necessarily right.
Yeah.
Doesn't necessarily mean they were wrong either, but, obviously we know now that they were wrong. What?
Oh yeah, it's clear now that they were completely wrong, but no, it was a grand spectacle when you look at it that it built up to the end of the world because a few people did. I'll use the word that Jar uses. They committed deletion, and there were 2012 movies, end of the world movies, and it built up to it, and it was a fun thing to experience and witness. Not the fact that people committed deletion, but because it was a build up that was right. Like if you were reading it as a book, the build up was worth it. So take a bit of time just to build up your end of the world, and try not to spam it over 300 characters and then 500 books and slam them all together and expect everyone to buy all 32,000 books that you release leading to it. Do not expect people to buy all of those books. No one has the money to spend on the $30 books that have like 12 pages of advertisements.
Yeah.
But yeah, in general, my issue is the spamming of end of the world events. Like it cheapens it, and I'm not just talking about like the end of the world, the end of Earth. It's the end of the universe, the end of the multiverse. The end of whatever. Spamming those out are not a fun thing. It cheapens it over time.
For sure.
So yeah, I'll just send this to you in DMs. I'm not gonna say on the stream for clear reasons, but also don't say it either. Damn it! I had cat lock on.
Trees everywhere you look. Hey, Chad, you're back. Welcome back, Chad. Okay, so let's see. Background colors. Oh, we need 3 folders here. 1, 2, 3. Main. Shades. Actually, we need 4 now. I've taken into consider light, lighting. Oh, that was totally spelled wrong. Lighting. And I spelled lighting wrong. Forgot the N after the T. But the fourth box is for texture. Get these four in. The main. Is this green? No. There we go. There's create selection. Let's make that brush a little bigger. Uh, cool. Okay, there we go. Hey! Hey, Sweaty Jefferson. I think I know who you are. Do you have a Galleria? Space in the house. That's what I thought it was. The Spaceman! Yeah, man. Spacey. Sorry, on the other account. No problem, no problem. Hey, as long as this count is likes this and is whatchamacallit, subscribe, that's all I care about. And we'll share it out. Okay, so let's see, decoration.
Yeah, I just sent you it. The two things.
Yeah, I read the first one.
Yeah. If people want to say I'm a hypocrite about that kind of stuff, one, I never said I wouldn't do it. I just clearly say that I would not spam it.
Yeah. I wonder whether I'll get this panel done today. I could. It's almost done. Three panels fully done today on this page.
Nice.
Oh no, I'm not gonna get this page done today because I was trying to get in the background done there, but I forgot I got to put a bunch more trolls on him. Let's see, we got 1, 2, 3 trolls on him. This one's the one he's holding, so.
All I hear is a troll song.
I might only put 2 because there was 2 running at him. So, while he was holding this one. What to do? What to do? Okay, so Monday we're gonna finish this up, this panel, and somehow get to work on that. You know what? We need to finish up this one guy in here, and then Monday we can finish up the backgrounds to this page, and this one will. Well, I just gotta do some shading and stuff on this. These other panels. Oh, thanks, Chad. Okay, so let's see what we got here. This is skin. Time to get the skinny. Okay, we'll grab his skin color here. We'll darken him a bit. We'll put a new layer in shade under his neck, and then there we go. I don't know what that layer 29 is. This says shirt. So we'll grab that. Or that. So make a little bit darker red there. And let's there we go. We'll just underneath on that side. So that's the shirt. Let's do the coat here. Grab it. Grab the color. Add another layer for shading. Get our darker color. Grab our shadows. There we go. Time to do for the same for the fur. We're not going to become furryish here. We don't need to become furryish.
With the fur.
There we go. And then his hair to get it, shade it. Add a layer there. Grab his
I
hair.
should probably get something to eat.
Okay. I guess we'll catch you later.
No, I'm just saying that because I didn't grab anything to eat, and it's like nearly 7:30.
Yeah.
Do you know where? Do you know where I can post my own artwork in Spork's server?
On Sporkman's server, I don't know. I haven't. I'm not sure which.
Yeah, that's the reason I haven't posted anything there. Oh man. Uh,
I'm not sure. 3 likes for me, dog. Oh, Dalton Gully. What's this? Another account dropping the like. I'm really just working over here. Since your channel is open, giving that love. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Dalton, the Space Galleria that is sweating like a Jefferson.
I thought that was. I heard Dalton. I quickly looked. Never mind. It's not the one I know.
Okay, so we got that, the hair done. Okay, we're back to the skin, and it's time to enlighten people. Or to enlighten this guy. Dalton gang, we used to rob banks. You know, class heroes. Yeah, there weren't too many heroes back in those days. There we
Yeah.
go.
All right.
Later.
I'm so used to hitting exit stream and then muting, but it's not a stream.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah. I'll see you later. I'm going to grab something to eat.
Okay, later.
Bye.
Have a good something to eat. Okay, there we go. There's the coat. Can't really do the fur, the white. Hair. Hair today, gone tomorrow, right? I might actually end after this. Get this hair on. There we go. You know what? I could do. I got all 4 of these guys. The light's going to be up in between them and things. So let's. Person 7 is done for shading, like background. Let's grab 3 in here. Don't think we need texture. So we got our main colors. Our shades. And our lighting. So let's grab now question is, I don't think we're going to see any shading on that, really, so we might see some light. Put that up that way. Actually, I don't mind it hitting it like that. But we will add a layer there. No. Grab this again, but I want to go darker. I want to go darker. I want to go deeper. Make it a little bigger. Oh. You know what? We almost went to 8 hours. We've gone thing. Oh, we really need to do on this one is the table. You know what? Maybe we should stick it out. Grab the table. Grab this. Make it a little darker. Okay, so I want to make sure I'm underneath the map. Bring it down real close. Bring it down, and I'm gonna make this slightly bigger. Control Z. Okay, and then we're gonna do a soft one as well. Let's put it just above. I like that panel really good. We'll save that. So yeah, it's 7:40. I know we have 20 more minutes to go, and we could probably gotta run, sirs. Okay, later. And we could probably draw in a troll or two on this page or panel. But we'll wait till Monday. We'll draw in the trolls on here. We'll finish this page up on Monday. I really hope to have this page finished up by today, but it's going to be... This page should be done Monday no matter what. And then maybe start working on a bit of 5. Hopefully 5 will be done next week. There's a whole lot of troll drawing and coloring. Oh my goodness. It's going to be a lot of craziness in the next 3 panels. On page 5, I mean. So, yeah, I guess that's it for today. I guess we'll hopefully catch you all over the weekend, maybe somewhere or whatever. So, bye for now. God bless. Thanks for tuning in. We'll catch you all